for a police officer to be accused of using excessive force and to be convicted like that on all three counts. You don't see a lot of policing convictions, but now you have. And now the question is it going to change policing in America? Is it going to change any systemic racism or treat?
You don't? Okay.
It's
Maybe it might be too dark.
For an expectation of consequence, because I don't think I've ever said before the court decided.
I was closest to the hotel when it popped off.
George Floyd.
Yes, sir.
You now have this. This was a murder. Does that become as a catalyst for more? So let's discuss with a better mind.
Yeah, it is.
Anthony Barksdale and Roberto Villasenor. Right. It's good to have you both. So, Bark, when you're looking at this, they got him on second-degree murder, and then obviously we're going to get to two after that. But was there any measure of surprise for you that this was declared a murder? Because we see it so rarely, even in shooting cases, let alone non-shooting.
I'm still so excited by the verdict. It's no surprise to me. What we saw was murder, Chris. We saw murder. We saw a cop in uniform murder Mr. Ford. And I am just so happy that jury understood.
That's right. He starts Monday.
Counsel, when you think about what this means in terms of the overall process of change,
don't worry about it.
Just one case, or could it become something?
Yes, sir.
For change in
that was Mr. Grover Washington Jr.
I think this is another
Yes, sir.
You see, I expected it to be a movie crowd.
No, sir. No, sir.
And leave with the verdict because you said sometimes in these situations. And I've seen different cases where everything was different. But this was so clear cut. I'm glad to see if we can get this one, behind us and move on. Because we need to take
yes, it was. Absolutely.
Feels so good. That's the name of it. A Moon Street.
Moon Street was the name. Yes,
The
sir.
song was Moon Street.
Moon Street. Yes, sir.
The song was Moon Street.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know you're about to go on, sir.
I was trying. Because I wasn't prepared tonight. I got here a little late.
Yeah, I saw that. I was wondering. I still thought it had to be wrong, man. But
this is what went wrong. I think I can show you.
either that or you went on vacation.
That's what
happened. What's that?
The tire flew off
Of your car?
on my truck.
Oh, no.
On Stony Island.
Oh, wow. That's the last one.
That's dangerous, too, brother. I'm glad you're all right.
I'm glad I'm all right, too.
Oh, my goodness.
So, luckily, I was by my old house, so I parked it in the lot to my old house, because I still got a sticker on my truck that says I can park there. But I'm like, I don't even want to see what it looked like.
Deal with tomorrow.
I didn't even want to see what it looked like. I got out of the car, and it was just leaving. I'm like, I looked down, and I'm like,
You're going to wind up sending some more people your way.
Yeah, please do. Please do. Because I got 85 more jobs.
People that don't smoke weed.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Right, exactly. Yes, please.
What are the jobs you had before?
Cargo. Working in aviation, handling cargo.
Really?
Yeah, moving it from place to place. The job it's an entry-level job. It starts at $17 an hour.
Okay.
If they want to work overnight and work part-time and work 20 hours a week, it pays $22.30.
You got a card or something? My nephew needs to know that. What are the symbols? And what do they do? What is your name?
tonight
Patrice.
is
Patrice.
Prince.
What are they doing?
They're moving
I'm gonna have to waste a
cargo
little
and
time before I
preparing
go
it
in.
for truckers to take
You
out.
gonna play a song like
This is
I ain't
airline
heard it in a
cargo.
long So you time. moving around the airport or
If,
something?
if,
Yes.
if you like
Yes, working
Prince,
at O'Hare.
absolutely.
Well, you know it snowed in their
Right. I'm definitely got to play that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm gonna get out there so you can get to the show here.
All right. Y'all take it.
Good to see you again.
Y'all take
You
it
too.
easy.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Okay.
What's your cell phone number? I'll send you a
773
message.
412 4342.
Leo Brown, LT, Lena Love, Kimberly Scott.
Just came in.
All right.
Just came in. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Y'all take care.
All right now.
Take it easy.
Woo. Woo. LT, the lady is here tonight. So you can get that information, LT. I got you, LT. Woo. Woo. So Saturday I went to get my license, right?
How did that go? I heard you got to have an appointment now. What's that about?
Because they don't want nobody in there. They had to close one facility down over in Midlothian because somebody got the COVID, so they had to shut it down.
Oh, no.
Yep, they had to shut it down. So I had to go to 99th and King Drive on Saturday.
Oh, no, not 99th and King Drive.
I went early, though. I got there. The line was all the way into
Out the
Chicago
street.
State.
I can imagine.
I was like, okay. Yep. The line was all the way into Chicago State. Yes, ma'am. The lady told me, can you come back at 12 o'clock? It was like 10:30 then. I said, well, I'll find somewhere to go when I come back. So by noon, I came back, and the line was down, and I went right in. But I got my plates, the new plates. I got everything. I got everything. I just emptied my pockets out. And then the credit card machine was down. So I had to go I had to go find what you call it. He said, you were in a car wreck. No, it wasn't no wreck. It just flew off. The tire flew off. And luckily I wasn't on the expressway, Leo. LT said, ain't no damn way I wouldn't have went over there. It's too much. 99th has always been too busy. Yes, it was, but Midlothian was closed. 89th and what's the other one? 89th and Harlem. I didn't want to go over there, so on and so forth. But it worked out. I got everything. Of course, I was broke after that. The plates by themselves were $151 plus tax. The reinstatement fee for my license was $70. The license itself was just $30. And all they gave me was a piece of paper saying, well, we'll send it to you in the mail. I'm like, oh, okay.
We'll get around to you.
Right. But no, Leo, I wasn't in a car wreck. I could have been because people were around me on the expressway. So I could have lost control of the truck because I was going at least 55 miles an hour.
That's right.
I'm trying not to think about it too hard because I know what the consequences could have been on the expressway at 55 miles an hour. Yo, G, I did. I had a little funny thing happen on the way to work. My tire flew off of my truck. Yeah. Oh yeah, flew off. So the truck is in the parking lot at your house. Yep. There's a silver. I don't know. The tire just flew off. I wish I could tell you. But I went there. I called a lift. They was taking too long. Yes, Phyllis, this is WVON since 1963, sweetheart. Is this WVON? Make a long story short, I made it. I made it here to work. Somebody came and got me from in front of your house. And I said, well, I'll deal with it tomorrow. So I'm going to call you when I leave here, if you could let me in. And I decide what I'm going to do with the truck. Hold on for 1 second. Let me say hi to the people. Do what you want to. Do it, everyone. Woo, woo, woo. Do what you want to. Definitely let's have some fun tonight. Your Dr. Al Greer officially checking in. Good morning and welcome to the B-Sides. Good morning to all my B-Siders, my M-Squatters, my third shifters, and of course, my dusty insomniacs who hold me down each and every night as I flip the 45s and play the B-Sides. I'll tell you guys in a few minutes what happened to me on the way to work tonight. Would I put it to you this way? A car has what? A steering wheel and then four wheels? Oh, I got one less. I'll tell you about it in a few. Here's Brass Construction on 1690 WVON. Hello to Phyllis Hooper, Lena Love, Kimberly Scott, Leo Brown, and if that weren't enough, Lady G. Thanks for checking in to the B-Sides. So, my buddy Percy, he picked me up.
Oh.
And he said he would help me fix it. So, but at least it's not on the street and all that stuff. So, yeah. I mean, something told me to get off the expressway and take Stony, and I took Stony, and I got halfway to your house, and that tire flew off. I'm like, I don't even want to see what just happened. Yes, the tire flew off. Yeah, that's what I said. Well, that ain't what I said. I said, I don't even want to see what it looks like until I parked it. I'm still, still in shock. You know, I got here 11:15 because the guy I'm supposed to relieve, he was like, you need me to put on one of your shows or something? I said, no, I'm going to make it there before 11. That's for sure. And I made it. Very, because I thought about it and I'm like, okay, if I had been on the E-way, because people were around me and I'm like, all right, get away from me. I had on my blinkers and I got off at 95th. It was still on. I got all the way to 81st, and that's when it flew off. I said, Lord, I'm more than halfway there. So I said, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna park it in this lot, and I'm gonna worry about it tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get to work tonight, and I did. I was late, but I made it. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. So I just thought I'd let you know. I'm. Mm, yeah. Somebody said, they asked me, did I get my brakes fixed? I said, yeah, I got my brakes fixed, but that was a while back. So maybe they didn't put the tire back on tight enough. I was like, oh Lord, I didn't think about that. And then they loosened, over a period of time. Because I heard something this morning when I was on my way home, but I was like, as usual, I jumped out the car and said, thank you, Lord, for getting me back home. And got on the E-way and I said, oh, my tire's low. Let me put some air in it. Put some air in the tire. Got on the expressway and it started jerking. I'm like, what's going on here? So that's when I said, okay, let me get off and catch a ride to work. And glad I did. So, yeah. Yep. I could have hit somebody, or somebody could have hit me. I could have swerved, whatever, lost control of the truck, So I made it. Yes, he did. Anyway. Well, if you don't mind, I'll be there in the morning and I'll decide what I'm going to do from there. I'll call my boy back and see, if he could, do whatever. All right. Thank you. All right. Take care. I'll see you in the morning. All right. Okay. Bye-bye. My former neighbor. and or she was my roommate. When I got put out the first time I stayed with her until I got my own apartment in that building, which is the Montclair on 78 and Woodlawn. So
it's something.
yep, but I'm just grateful
because that could have been crazy. In addition to all the other crazy that's going down.
Yeah. You know, somebody, I could have lost control.
Yep, easily. Or somebody else could have lost control,
Yeah. Okay, let me get you set up so I can catch my breath again. Whew. Woo.
One of those days.
Yep.
I understand.
I mean, I keep thinking.
It could have gone another way.
Yeah.
Well.
Yep, it could have gone so wrong. I could have been so gone.
And I got to deal with the emissions test.
What?
Come on.
I said, three guys, I jump over this. I can't kill you right now. So, $70 for reinstatement, $30 for my $150 and some change for the life. I'm like, it's money, I have to pay for that. I get paid for that.
Just money.
It's just money.
It's just money, he said. Right.
Money I can always make, time I can never get back. It's either that or flying black coat. I'm like, okay, here's my license, here's my registration, here's my insurance. Right. Woo! Woo! I'm back, y'all. Woo, Lady G. You know what they always say, God takes care of babies and fools. Well, baby, he took care of this fool. Oh. Whew, by God's grace. Whew. I don't know what else to say, folks, but you know, once again, God takes care of babies and fools. Babies and fools. And I'm so glad. There it is. Okay, look like. I know that's right. Ken Wadlington. $16.90 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Trying to make a fool of me from the Delphonics. Normally we go straight into tonight's spotlight artist, but once again we have the one and only, the job lady, ladies and gentlemen. It's funny you should ask, Patrice. Funny thing happened on the way to work. My tire flew off. My tire flew off. I was driving, I was coming from home, stay in Dalton. And I got on the expressway and all of a sudden my wheel started shaking. You know, it started jerking and, you know, pulling and everything else. I'm like, okay, let me put my blinkers on and, you know, wave people around me. So I said, something told me, pull over to the side and don't try to take the truck all the way to work. Don't drive all the way downtown. So I stopped and No sooner than I got closer to where I was going to park the truck, the wheel flew off on Stony Island. So if anybody sees a big tire sitting on Stony Island somewhere, that's my tire. Don't try to take my tire. That tire's mine. Yeah, it could have gone so wrong. Yeah, and thank goodness I still have the sticker from my old apartment where I used to live, and I parked in the lot, so they can't tow it. They could, but still got my sticker on it. So, but I didn't even want to look at what had happened until I got out of the truck, and I was like, I was driving on that. The tire flipped up in the air, and the tire could have come back and hit the truck, or it could have landed in front of the truck, or it could have hit somebody else and they could have hit me. So the tire somewhere on 82nd, 81st in Stony Island. So if you see a truck out there, a tire out there on a silver rim, that's my tire. Don't take my tire. Anyway, enough about me. Oh, it could have been very ugly. I couldn't have been here tonight with you guys. So anyway, speaking of us guys, somebody was asking about you earlier, Patrice. Patrice Brazil, of course, is our job lady, and LT, who's my good friend, was asking for your number. And I'm like, oh, well, she's here, so I'll let her give you the information. So what are we looking at tonight, Patrice?
Right now. And I still have 85 jobs that I'm filling. We've been lucky enough to fill about 75 of the positions, 75 to 80 of the positions that we have available, but I still have another 80 positions, so come on out. Now is the time. In fact, we have a class starting on Monday. That includes a lot of referrals that I receive. That class is going to start Monday at 9 a.m. And what we're going to do from now on is have a class start every Monday at 9. So everyone who's hired this week will offer them the opportunity to start on the 26th. And we'll keep going like that. Because what we want to do is get everybody in place so that they can start working right away. And again, those are working in cargo. Now, for cargo positions, the things that you normally see in your home, a lot of them are made overseas. So they're flown overseas by air, and they're brought into various cities in the United States. We have 92 locations in the U.S. And the cargo is unloaded. It's placed in a warehouse. It's put through inventory. Customs checks it to make sure that it's a legit cargo, that it's authentic. They count it, put it together, and release it so that truckers can come and take the cargo and take it to the distribution centers. And from the distribution centers, it goes to the stores where you buy it. So that's the cologne, the liquor, the designer handbags, designer shoes, cell phones, tablets, laptops, desktops that you purchase. So that's how all of that stuff gets to you. So we are growing at an exponential rate, and we're looking to still hire another 80 people. So we're looking for people on all shifts. Morning is generally around 8 a.m. to 4:30. Afternoon, 3:30 to midnight. Overnight, 11 to 7:30 in the morning. We're looking to fill positions on all of our shifts. The jobs start at $17 an hour. Those are full-time positions. They come with benefits, medical, dental, vision, life insurance, disability, short and long-term disability. They also come with enrollment in the 401k plan so that you can plan for your retirement. as well as involvement in the Employee Assistance Program, which is available to all employees and their family members. So we're hiring immediately. Give me a call or text me your email address and your name, and I'll send you the application. You can text me at 630-453-0116. That's 630-453-0116. And text me your name and your email address, and I will send you the application so that you can fill out the application and then give me a call, and I'll be happy to set you up for an interview immediately. We're hiring on the spot. When you come out to see us, please bring your identification that proves your identity and your eligibility to work in the United States for any employer. You must have a driver's license for these positions, so that you bring that with you. Unfortunately, we will not take an identification card.
Funny you should say license.
Right, that's another thing, right?
That was Saturday.
Oh my goodness. What were you thinking going to United King Drive? That's the last place.
Because all the other places were closed. There was another place that I went to, and they only gave out CDL licenses. So the lady at the door said, you have a choice. You can either go to 87th and Harlem, or you can go to 99th and King Drive. The lesser of two evils. So, Midlothian was closed due to COVID.
Right.
So I had no other choice but to go to 99th and King Drive. I pulled up at about 10:30 in the morning. And the lady said, can you come back at 12 o'clock? The line will be a lot smaller or shorter.
They open on Saturday.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
And they weren't letting anybody else in there.
Imagine. When you got back at 12 o'clock, they were already telling people to go home, huh?
Yeah, they were like, okay, that's it.
Wow.
And I got in line just in time.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. You know, there's an old saying, God takes care of babies and fools. Well, baby, this fool was taken care of on Saturday. And again tonight.
You were very lucky. You were very lucky.
In the words of Bernie Mac, I'm blessed.
Okay, there you go. Amen.
Big boned it.
There it is.
I ain't scared of you, anyway.
Oh my God. Anyway, we are hiring. We're hiring immediately. Please come out. Text me your information. Send me your email address and your name. Send it to 630-453-0116. And we are hiring for aviation cargo positions. We're looking for people to work the morning, the afternoon, or the overnight shift. The job starts at $17 an hour. We also have a part-time position, which is mainly working overnight from midnight to 5 or from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. It's a material handler. That job pays $22.30 an hour, but it is part-time. It's only 20 hours a week.
Okay.
Positions are full-time positions, and we're hiring from everywhere. Come one, come all.
I heard that. Give them your number one more time, Patrice.
Sure, it's 630-453-0116. That's 630-453-0116. I hope to hear from more of you.
Thank you once again, Patrice Brazil, the job lady. And of course, you can find her at the big airport, correct?
Yes.
The big one.
O'Hare. Well, I have jobs at Midway too, but Midway is doing okay. They don't need anything immediately. But I need people immediately for O'Hare.
All right. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you give her a call. And once again, we thank you to the job lady, Patrice Brazil, cousin of Chris Bass. That's her claim to fame right there. And we go straight. You're right. I mean, if you have to be related to somebody, you might as well be him. There you go. And it's time for the spotlight. This is one person I don't have to look up on Google or Wikipedia or whatever. He was born Prince Rogers Nelson back in 1958. He made his transition on this day 5 years ago. Probably regarded as one of the best singer, songwriter, musicians, multi-instrumentalists. I mean, he was just the greatest of all time. All genres of music, R&B, jazz. He played everything and every instrument too. His first album, he played all of the instruments, all 27 of them.
Wow.
The first album was called For You. Tonight, we flip the 45s on Prince.
Now that's a jam right there.
Woo, Jesus. Can't play the music too loud, then they cut me off. It's like, oh, you're playing music that you don't own. I'm like, I don't own any of these songs.
Right.
Oh, Lord.
Well, maybe you can go to Costco tomorrow and get a set of tires. They usually have a good deal.
Yeah. I'm gonna hold off for the tires. I'm gonna get it fixed first, and then we'll go
See
get
how
some
bad
tires.
it is.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's crazy.
I mean the tires are fine. It's just that one tire
Right.
that escaped.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh Lord.
And your friend is right. It may just be that they didn't put it on correctly.
Yeah.
Could be. You know, just have to have somebody who can tighten it the way it needs to be tightened.
Yeah.
But then again, it might be these crazy streets.
That's another thing. You know, we got potholes and everything else.
Everywhere. And, you know.
And it was loose anyway. You know.
So, yeah, one good hit, depending on hitting the pothole the wrong way.
Right.
Get you in a lot of trouble. Shoot.
And thank goodness I didn't hit no pothole.
Right. Oh, my God.
I mean, a lot of scenarios.
Yeah. Had something like that, anything could have happened.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah, but a whole lot of scenarios could have, you know.
Popped off.
Hello. Please give the job lady my email. Okay.
Thank you.
Woo!
Yeah, there ain't no joke out there. And like I say, this ain't the time.
Mm-mm.
Get up wobbling.
Mm-mm.
This is a 16-minute WVON sides amplified double play.
Whew. Lady G said, dang, bro, I saw the picture you posted of the aftermath on your truck.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I posted it on Facebook. I'm like,
this is what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, funny thing happened on the way to work. I almost died on the E-way. You know. Yep, it could have been a lot worse, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely.
It could have been a lot worse.
You know. But the thing to me is always not to panic.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Because if you all had seen the tire fly off,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, y'all would have lost it. You know, not to say anything bad about you ladies, but you ladies probably would have lost it. It's like the tire flew in the air. I'm like, I don't even want to see what just happened. So I called the lift. They were taking too long. I called my buddy Percy. He was right around the corner over on, was it 83rd, 84th, and Dante. So that was it. I made it here. He dropped me off. He's out looking for my tire. It just, yeah. So I'm gonna be all right. Be all right, y'all. You know, I would hate to have gone through all of that on Saturday to get my license and everything, only for my truck to fall apart the next week. Like, okay. Yeah, better to lose a tire than my life. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Mm. Woo. Mm. Yep. It could have been one. Did I mention I was on the expressway doing 55?
Good grief.
Yeah. Could have ended up in the Calumet River. Mm. Anyway, I don't talk about that no more because, yeah.
Just brings back bad memories.
Yeah. So, former police officer Derek Chauvin, guilty on all counts of killing George Floyd. Guilty on all counts. Guilty. Can I say that again? Guilty on all counts. And I don't know what to say behind that. Well, yes, I do know what to say. God is good and justice has been served.
Finally.
Finally.
Just a little tad of justice.
You know. Did I hear about the police shooting in Columbus, Ohio? No, I didn't. But
Today?
Was it today? I guess it was. But I will say this. It's justice for every Black person who has lost their lives. It's justice for Breonna Taylor. It's justice for Trayvon Martin. I mean, and everybody who did not get justice. It is justice for them, for everybody who didn't get their justice. Breonna, Trayvon, everybody who did not get their justice.
And that's a long list.
It's a long list.
crazy part. It's a long list of people who have not gotten the justice they deserve for what they've been asked to go through.
From the album Dirty Mind, that is Uptown from Prince. The same album that gave you the song Head. 1690 WVLN, the talk of Chicago. Your Dr. Al Greer is flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides tonight on Prince, who made his transition 5 years ago. 71 years ago, this gentleman was born. Tonight, we also flip the 45s and play the B-sides on Luther Vandross. This is Never Too Much on 1690 WVLN. Happy heavenly birthday, Luther.
Luther would have been 71?
He would have been 71.
Wow.
A 16-year-old was shot by the police. She was defending herself from some girls who were trying to jump her. She had a knife and was on her own property, and the police shot her 4 times in the chest. Whew.
They gave you justice on one person, and then they killed 2 more.
Yeah.
Goodness. They shot her 4 times in the chest. You can't de-escalate a situation with a 16-year-old girl with a knife.
4 times.
Why are you even on the police force?
And that was just it. There was a comment made on our morning show here on WVON, and the host of the morning show asked a police officer, when is excessive force necessary? And did that person that they were talking about have to be shot? No, they didn't. Unless that particular cop was trying to get a notch on his belt for shooting someone. So no, cops don't have to shoot people. They don't have to de-escalate a situation. They don't need to shoot someone to de-escalate a situation.
Shooting is the opposite of de-escalation.
Right. It is just, it's not necessary at all. Can you pass the info to the job lady? I just did, sir. It's already done. As soon as you ask me.
Yeah, tell him I'm going to send it to him in the morning when I get to the office.
She said she's going to send it to you in the morning, Ken, when she gets to the office. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's never necessary unless there's like a mob and you have to pull out riot gear and the whole thing. But
you should be asking for backup, not just shooting up the place like Wyatt Earp.
But one person, how many cops do you need to stop one person?
4.
And see, it's never necessary. You're welcome, Ken. No problem. It's never necessary to use force, at least not like that. It's never, shooting someone should be the last resort. It should be the last resort.
Really, not the first one.
Not the first one. When, the lady was yelling, taser, 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 and she pulls out a gun and shoots the man.
How are you going to explain that?
Oh, it was an accident. Oops.
You don't know the difference between the weight of a taser and the weight of a gun?
Exactly. There was a police officer who was on television trying to, well, not television, but on a TikTok video.
Trying to explain the difference.
Explaining the difference between a gun and a taser.
Not the same.
You know, a taser weighs no more than this phone.
Right. A gun is a gun, okay?
This is a taser. This is a gun. This thing has some weight.
Yeah, you can't tell the difference between those two things. Once again, you shouldn't be on the police force.
And that's what they said. They said she should not have been on the police force if she didn't know the difference. No matter how long she's been on the force, she could have been a decorated police officer. But if you don't know the difference between the weight of a taser and the weight of a gun, then you should not be serving and protecting anyone.
Really, because you need to be protected. We need to be protected from you.
You know, right.
That's bananas, isn't it? And the fact that it took her several hours to come up with that ridiculous story.
Exactly. She didn't, oh, it was a mistake. Oh, I'm just so sorry.
I thought I was pulling my taser.
Right.
You pulled the gun? Come on, sister girl. Come on now.
You know, because cause you could see on the video or hear on the video, she's yelling, taser, taser, taser.
And yet pulling the gun.
And the next thing you hear is pop, 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 pop.
Thank you.
You know, she shot him several times with the taser. So she didn't know that the gun was going off that many times?
Right.
I've talked to cops before. This was back, speaking of justice, Laquan McDonald, where the gun just went off. Well, a law enforcement officer told me that, you know, when they squeeze the trigger, the
gun goes off.
It just starts going off.
Right, that's what it's supposed to do. You pulled the trigger. But the gun was sitting on the table and it went off.
But not several times. You would have to just lay into it. You know, just keep your finger on the trigger, you know, to continue the firing. You know, at some point you just release the trigger and it stops firing. This lady did not know that she was not tasing him when she heard the shots ring out.
Yeah, I mean, a gun has a very distinctive. You know when a gun is being fired.
Yep.
Okay.
Hola.
Because if you got any sense, you jumping up under a table or something.
Right. Right. There's a big difference. You know.
You ain't just sitting there watching.
You know, the noise that a taser makes.
And the voice of the nation, 1690 WVON, Berwyn, Chicago.
Taser makes a certain noise, and a gun makes a certain noise. A taser goes like that.
Right.
You know, like electricity. A gun goes pow, bam, bam, blam, blam. Okay. Anyway, on that note, I got to run to the little boy's room. I'll be back.
Let me get out of here.
Oh, Lord.
Child.
I know, right?
This is some kind of day. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, as always.
I'll be back on the 4th.
I will see you then. I will be here, God willing. I'm back.
These stories and international, national, state, and local news affecting the Black community.
Listen to the Black Information Network on the iHeartRadio app or log on to BINnews.com. I'm Jaldisa Chapman with Ray Harris on your home for 24/7 news, the Black Information Network.
Live from the Xfinity Studios at WVON. The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. WVON.
It's the B-Sides with Al Greer on 1690 WVON.
Whew. Mm. Woo. Let's go to CNN News right now.
And so finally she said, okay, let's go. Mm-hmm. And then you know what they saw. Mm-hmm. What do you make of that timing as people of faith? Mm-hmm. Coincidence? Not a coincidence?
Most times situations are not a coincidence. People are placed for a reason. And I truly believe that. She was meant to be there.
And they're talking about Darnella Frazier. About a month after Floyd's death, I spoke with her 9-year-old cousin, Judea Reynolds. You might remember she testified during the first week of the trial. And when we talked, Judea told me, I'm so happy my big cousin took me to the store. And she talked about asking to go all day, but timing. A 9-year-old realized that timing was critical. And I asked her why. And she said, if we didn't go when we went, we wouldn't have the video and they would keep killing us. And I said, who is they? And she said, police. So through the eyes of that 9-year-old, she already knew the power of that video. Victor?
It's tragic that she had to.
Whew. Yes, she is, Ken. Patrice Brazil. Chicago's in Jungle Fever, right here on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago, with your Dr. Al Greer. And if you haven't heard yet, former officer Derek Chauvin, guilty on all counts in George Floyd's death. He faces up to 40 years in prison for the second-degree murder charge of the death of George Floyd. Justice has been served, ladies and gentlemen. For Breonna Taylor, for Trayvon Martin, the names go on and on. For everyone who has ever lost their lives and actually never got any justice, Justice has been served. Finally. Here's Cherie and Murphy's Law on 1690 WVON. Whew. Is the job lady on FB? Yes, her name is Patrice Brazil, Ken. Patrice Brazil. Um, mm, I'm speechless. I really am. I am really speechless because, you know, in the back of my mind, I'm like, this guy's going to walk. These people are going to totally disregard. Text me her name, please. Okay. Brazil? Okay. Okay, Ken. Patrice Brazil. Yep. Yep. Cousin of Chris Bass. But the verdict could have gone the wrong way. It could have gone the wrong way. And, with everything that's been happening, Sheila Forrest. Hey, Sheila. Once again, things could have gone wrong. They were preparing. They were preparing for the worst. I'm good now, Sheila. I made it to work. If you look under my page, you'll see what happened to me tonight, or what almost happened to me tonight. I kept praying. I'm like, Lord, help me, Lord. And I made it to work. I got a ride to work. I made it here. Oh, Jesus. I was late, but I wasn't the late Al Greer. So anyway, back to George Floyd. That verdict could have gone so wrong. People, they were preparing. They had the National Guard who was standing by in Minneapolis. And not just in Minneapolis, but in all the major cities around the country, Chicago included. I'm glad I made it here safely too, Sheila. I really am. I lost my train of thought. Thank you, Sheila. Once again, all the major cities were preparing for the worst. It wasn't just Minneapolis, but Chicago, New York, Detroit, LA, everywhere. They were preparing for the worst. They were preparing for the worst. They were going to tear all these major cities up if they let that cop go. And that's just it. Once again, justice was served. he could get up to 40 years in prison. You know, it's not going to bring George Floyd back, but I believe it will set a precedence as to the next time a cop decides to take matters into his own hands. You know, if you ever saw that movie Judge Dredd with Sylvester Stallone, and in the movie he says, "I'm the law." You know, you uphold the law. You are not the law, but you uphold the law. There's a big difference. You know, I'm the law. And that's just it, folks. You have to, you know, yeah, the National Guard was, yeah. They boarded up downtown. Yes, they did. You know, once again, not just Chicago, but Detroit, New York, you know, LA, everything. But, you know, it could have been the worst time ever. And, you know, it hasn't been this bad since the OJ trial, when they let OJ off. So not only is there going to be, I guess, some kind of animosity between the cops and civilians, it's going to be blacks and whites. It's going to be whites and Latinos. It's going to be Asians and whites. It's going to be, you know, but once again, justice was served. You are not the law. And that's just it. Cops uphold the law. They are not the law. So he's going away for a while. And and I was just watching on CNN when they read the verdict. The look on his face was like, you know, that of surprise. I'm like, sir, there shouldn't have been any surprise on your face. It should have been like, you know, you should have said, yeah, you got me. You know, once again, the evidence was there. Had there not been a camera phone present, would the verdict have been the same? They had enough witnesses. There were enough people there to actually make a difference. You know, if we were all like this, you know, if you see something, say something. And these people came forward. Not only did the witnesses come forward, but his own people, you know, other policemen, they came forward. Like, we were not taught to do this. This is something he took upon himself to do. And he did. They did not bring up in the trial that they knew each other prior to that. But that was neither here nor there. They, you know, one was a bouncer and one was a security guard at a club. And that Chauvin was, you know, he was jealous of Floyd. You know, and that was just it. So he figured while he was on duty, he would snuff him out. And he did. He snuffed him out. But once again, it made a big difference in how cops will now stop people. this has gone on long enough. But now it's going to be, like Biden says, a giant step towards justice. So, hopefully this is a step towards justice. I pray that it is. And like something like this should never happen again, ever. It should not happen. Right, he was intimidated by Floyd, so he figured that was the only way he could get him. And it backfired on him. Yep, it backfired on him. And he thought he was going to get off. He really did. OV writes, and Ace of Spades on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on the great Prince Rogers Nelson. Here's Sexy Dancer from his second album on 1690 WVON. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, justice has been served for everyone, who has ever been, was it George Zimmerman who stopped Trayvon Martin for carrying a bag of Skittles and shot him. Just any and everybody who ever lost their lives to needless gunfire. Whew. I mean, once again, the verdict could have gone the other way. But, justice was served. Justice prevailed. God was on the side of the righteous this time. And I think, I guess it was time. It was time. You know, it was time. Hey, Sheila Forrest. You know, but we could have been talking about more deaths tonight, but we're not. You know, we're talking about justice that has been served tonight. Like I said last night, had it been a black man kneeling on a white man's neck, the trial wouldn't have gone this far. They would have hung him. But of course, they're going to be talking about it all day, I'm sure, on this station and other stations. They're going to be talking about it all day. Yep, we still have a long way to go. You're absolutely right, Sheila. You're absolutely right. You know, we still have a long way to go. But those people came out and those people spoke up for what they saw, those witnesses. You know, a lot of people could have backed down, but they didn't. You know, and that's what we need to see more of. People standing up for people. And once again, I'm trying not to make it a black thing or a white thing, but it is what it is. You know, it is what it is, and it happened the way it was supposed to happen. And that's it. I'm proud of the witnesses too. You know, everybody spoke up, everybody stood up. You know, even his own people, even cops. You know, cops did not condone what he did. They didn't get on his side this time. They did not. The world is watching. That's right. The world is watching, and the world has witnessed justice. Whew. I mean, what more is there to say? You know, but those people did not, you know, those people did not back down. They did not back down. You know, they didn't take that policeman's code of silence or anything. They stood up for what they believed was wrong, and everything that happened, you know, that it was wrong. But you know, I could I could talk about it till I'm blue in the face, but it happened. You know. You know, it happened. Finally, it happened. I'm just so what's the word that I'm looking for? I'm elated that it did happen. I really am. I'm elated that it happened the way it did. Because once again, the National Guard was waiting in every city to take out anybody. And we didn't have to do that. A protest is a protest. A demonstration is a demonstration. But an angry mob is neither. It's neither a protest or demonstration. An angry mob is an angry mob. And that's it. There's a big difference. And, you know, I hate to bring him up, but I do like bringing them up. For instance, a peaceful protest is what Martin Luther King Jr. did back in the day, back in the 60s. That was a peaceful protest. A demonstration were those things that Angela Davis and other activists did back in the day. Tearing up your own city is not a demonstration, nor is it a peaceful protest. It's an angry mob. And back in the 60s, Mayor Daley said anybody who's caught looting should be, he said, maimed. I'm like, wow. He said they should be maimed. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have experienced history right now. Hey, Ms. Walker, we have experienced history. Once again, I keep saying this, had there not been any camera phones around, it would have been his word against the witnesses. But it was right there. And the jurors, right, his words were shoot to kill. That was Richard J. Daley back in the day. Shoot to kill, But once again, they said there was a team who filmed Floyd's death. It changed the direction of the case. I
will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move.
I've been waiting the whole time. Get up, get in the car.
Mama.
Get up and get in the car right.
I can't.
Would there be a guilty verdict without that video? Would there have been charges without it? So many people are praising Frazier for having the courage to record for the rest of the world to see, including President Joe Biden.
For so many people, it seems like it took a unique and extraordinary convergence of factors A brave young woman with a smartphone camera. A crowd that was traumatized. Traumatized witnesses. A murder that lasts almost 10 minutes in broad daylight.
Yep.
After the verdict, Darnella Frazier sent out this tweet. Here's part of it. George Floyd, we did it. Justice has been served. But it's painfully earned justice for the Floyd family. Their brother, their father, a man they loved, is dead. And their lives are changed forever. Former U.S. Attorney and host of the Talking Feds podcast, Harry Littman, is with us now from San Diego. And retired Los Angeles Police Sergeant Cheryl Dorsey is with us from L as well. She is the author of Black and Blue, The Creation of a Social Advocate.
Whew. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, had there not been that cell phone video, it could have gone the other way. It would have been, you know, the policeman's word against, you know, the witnesses. It happened in broad daylight. You know, I mean, police detain people all the time. They detain them. Okay, sit in your car. We'll be back. So you're detained. At no point do they put their knee on your neck to detain you. They just ask you to sit in your car. And you sit in your car and you put both hands on the steering wheel, and that's it. That's it. You sit there and you wait. You're being detained. Not with a foot on your neck, a knee on your neck, nothing. Or someone who doesn't know the difference between a firearm and a taser. $16.90 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Tonight we flip the 45s and play the B-sides on Prince Rogers Nelson. That's from the Controversy album. Let's Work. That's the 12-inch version. It's your Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides. Hello to Ken Watlington, Sheila Forrest, and Lady G. Thanks for checking in to the B-sides on Facebook. Here's one of the guys that Prince got started with. As a matter of fact, he went on tour with Ray James. Here's Glow on 1690. Oh. So once again, Derek Chauvin faces up to 40 years in prison for the second-degree murder charge brought upon him. Wow. But once again, had there not been that camera phone, Derek Chauvin would have walked. He would have walked. And there wouldn't have been anything that anybody could do. But it's because those witnesses came forward. So will there be sentencing? Oh, yeah, he's going to jail. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's going away. Second degree murder up to 40 years. Third degree murder up to 25 years. Second degree manslaughter up to 10 years and a $20,000 fine. He was guilty on all counts. The jurors deliberated for more than 10 hours over 2 days. Yep, thank goodness for advanced technology because, once again, it would not have gone that way. It would have gone a lot worse. Yep. It could have gone the wrong way. So, once again, thank you. Thanks. Thank goodness for technology. Thank goodness for technology. And it happened. It happened the way it was supposed to. And it should send a message to all policemen. You are not the law. You uphold the law, but you are not the law. And we should never take the law into our own hands as civilians. Never. Unless, and this is a big unless, unless somebody breaks into your house, then you have a right to, I'm not telling anybody to do this, but if someone comes across your property, across the threshold of your house, then yes, you have a right to take them down. Yep. You have a right to take them down, to take them out. But once again, today, history has been made, justice has been served. Yep. That's right. He said, rest in peace, Prince. Yes. But yes, everyone has a right to bear arms. It's in the Constitution. It's in the Constitution. It absolutely is. Woo! I could go on all night about this. But once again, justice has definitely been served. Justice has been served. He's looking at 40 years in prison. I wonder what Prince would have thought about all of what happened with George Floyd. First of all, Prince probably would have paid for his funeral. Prince probably would have been at his funeral. Prince would have probably made a song about Brother George. Prince would have done so much because Prince was more than just a singer. He was a humanitarian. And, you know, he gave money to Marva Collins. He gave, you know, countless people, and never asked for anything in return. If he had it, you had it. And that's the way he was. The only thing was he never wanted any accolades in giving that money to someone. You know, as a matter of fact, he didn't want his name mentioned after he gave somebody some money. And this came from one of his assistants, who is he's an analyst on CNN. What is his name? Van Jones, I think it is. But he never wanted people to know about his, you know, his giving, his humanitarianism. He didn't want anybody to know about that. He wanted to be known for his music, and that was it. He wanted to be known for his music. You know, and that was it. You know, he would give you the shirt off his back. I don't know, he might not fit, but I'm just saying because he's such a little man. But anyway, but yeah, he wrote and produced a song called Baltimore. Yeah, but he would have done more. You know, he would have been out there. He would have been right alongside Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. He would have been there. He would have been there. And wow. But once again, justice has been served. History has been made. Now let's see what happens with this history. Let's see where it goes from here. You know, it should send a message to other police officers to let them know that, you know, you're not the law. You're not above the law, I should say. You know, you are the law, but you're not above the law. And that's it. You know, we'll see what happens from there. You know, George Floyd's brother says it's a pivotal moment in history. And I agree. It is a pivotal moment in history. And, you know, I pray that everything from here on out works out for not only Black people, but for all people who are, you know, all people. You know, I keep thinking that we're being targeted. You know, we're being targeted. Yeah, I saw that. She got shot 4 times in the chest for wielding, I think, was a knife. Mm. Yep, we're all being targeted. We really have become endangered species. Yes, we have. Play. For all of you who thought that Prince wrote that song for Chaka Khan, he did not. He recorded it for himself, and then she re-recorded it a few years later, and they souped it up. So, and of course, tonight we flip the 45s and play the B-sides on Prince on 1690 WVON. And we also celebrate the life of Luther Vandross, who produced this song for the Queen of Soul. This is Get It Right on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Thank you, Darnella Frazier, the 17-year-old who filmed Derek Chauvin murdering George Floyd. For once, the videotape mattered. Yeah, the severity is she was shot 4 times in the chest. Why? We don't know. We don't know. Mm. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, whew, justice has been served and history has been made. History has definitely been made. Yep, history has been made, ladies and gentlemen. And history has been made, and we got a chance to see it. We lived to see this. You know, Bernice King says, oh, that George Floyd was still alive, but I'm thankful for accountability. The work continues. Justice is a continuum, and America must bend with the moral arc of the universe, which bends towards justice. Bernice King, of course, daughter of Martin Luther King Jr., the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., excuse me. Whew. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, we got a chance to see history being made. This, this is something that we marched for in the 60s, that we fought for in the 70s and 80s. And it's finally here. You know, Jacob Blake, Dante Wright, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery. You know, justice for these people who lost their lives. Say their names so that we'll never forget. You know, that's right. The pursuit of liberty and justice for all. For all, ladies and gentlemen, justice for all, for everybody. You know, for everybody. But it seems that we've been getting the brunt of it lately. I don't know if I told you about this. I probably did mention this movie that I saw where this guy kept waking up. And every time he'd wake up and walk out of this young lady's apartment, he would get accosted or shot by this cop. And each time he woke up and got shot and woke up again, you know, he did something a little bit different. And finally, he got the cop to drive him home. You know, he tried to, you know, be friends with the cop, try to, you know, talk to him, like, you know. And then only to get shot in the end. The cop says, I'll see you tomorrow, and he shoots him anyway. And once again, the cycle starts. It's a short film. It was on, I think, either Netflix or one of those, but it was a good short film. And it just proved that no matter what we do, no matter what we say, no matter how we try to make friends with the cops, you know, and not all cops are bad. Last Saturday when I got stopped in Midlothian, it could have gone so bad. It could have been so much worse. But it didn't, you know, I got one ticket. And that was for missing headlight. You know, it could have gone any way. They could have towed the truck and everything else and all the equipment in it. And of course, I didn't have a driver's license then. So they could have taken the whole van, truck, and that would have been it. You know, but he gave me one ticket, and that one ticket was for not having a headlight. I had my insurance, but I didn't have it on me. Yeah, I didn't have my insurance with me. Of course, the insurance still goes to the old house. So, but everything worked out. I got back home and I parked the truck, and that was it. So, but once again, everything worked out in my favor. For the family of George Floyd, everything worked out. I mean, of course, it can never bring your loved one back, but you have a bigger memory of him now. You have a larger memory because he made a difference. You know, he may have gotten killed, but he made a difference. His death made a difference.
Chicago.
Network. The verdict is in. Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin has been found guilty on all 3 counts in the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The jury returning the decision today at the Hennepin County Courthouse after less than 24 hours of deliberation. For more details, keep listening to the Black Information Network. I'm Terry McCready on the Black Information Network.
Top Democrats are defending a Black California congresswoman after her comments about former Minneapolis, Minnesota cop Derek Chauvin.
That we're going to get a verdict that say guilty, guilty, guilty. And if we don't, we cannot go away.
Maxine Waters ordered protesters to get more confrontational if he's acquitted of killing George Floyd. She then clarified that was in regard to changing the justice system. Some Republican lawmakers have accused Waters of inciting violence, but the House Speaker and House Majority Leader do not agree, adding there is no need for Waters to apologize. Civil rights groups are criticizing the controversial anti-riot measure just signed in Florida. The Black Information Network's Mike Moore has the details.
The measure, signed this week by Governor Ron DeSantis,
finally found guilty. His verdict agreed to this 20th day of April 2021 at 1:45 p.m. Signed by jury foreperson juror number 19. Same caption, verdict count 3. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 3, second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk, find the defendant guilty.
And then Chauvin was led out of the courtroom in handcuffs. He faces up to 40 years in prison on the most serious charge. The judge will announce his sentence in 8 weeks. In the end, jurors did not agree with the defense's claim that Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes last May was a legitimate use of force. Floyd's death sparked what some have described as the largest protest movement in U.S. history and a catalyst in the fight for the end of systemic discrimination and racism. Let's go now to Minneapolis, and CNN's Adrian Broaddus is there. Adrian, we heard some of the cheers, we saw the crowds, but there were a lot of really quiet exhales and sighs across the country as that verdict was read. Tell us about what has happened over the last few hours there where you are.
Department Store Union is accusing the retail giant of preventing a free and fair union election. The union alleges that Amazon threatened widespread layoffs and even possibly closing the facility if employees voted for the union. Additionally, it alleges Amazon told workers that voting for the union could lead to a loss of benefits and potentially their pay rate. More than 70% of Bessemer employees rejected unionization. Amazon is denying the allegations.
For more on these stories and international, national, state, and local news affecting the Black community,
listen to the Black Information Network on the iHeartRadio app or log on to BINnews.com. I'm Jaleesa Chapman with Ray Harris on your home for 24/7 news, the Black Information Network.
The Talk
talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. Live from the Xfinity Studios at WVON. We're your original media. The talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
WVON.
He's your peanut butter brother, Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 40.
So what do you guys think? I mean, this might be a stupid question, but what do you guys think about the verdict? You know, do you think justice has been served? I mean, I do, but that's just my opinion. Do you think it's going to change anything? Hopefully it does. You know, hopefully the cops realize now that they cannot they cannot just do what they want to do. They just can't. You know, they are not the law. They uphold the law. They're not above the law. So what do you guys think? Let me know. You know, I'm just, I think I'm just as excited as everybody else is about the verdict, you know. You know, I'm really excited about it. Once again, it could have gone the other way. It could have gone badly. It could have gone, they could have let him walk. And I do believe he would have been back at work on Monday. That's how bad I think it would have been. But once again, the videotape or the phone video said it all. And the jurors looked at it. And they looked at it as it being extreme force. Cruel and unusual punishment. Next to Lewis Johnson of the Brothers Johnson and Larry Graham, Bernard Edwards was one of my favorite bass players. That, of course, him and Chic. And I Want Your Love. I Need Your Love on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides at 591-1690. Here's Lionel Richie and the Commodores. And Your Love Brings Me Up, Lady, on 1690.
To get past the heavy sign.
Now, in a televised address, the president said the verdict was too rare of a step forward for Black Americans and that much more needs to be done. He called systemic racism a stain on the nation's soul, and he said it must be dealt with.
So we can't leave this moment or look away thinking our work is done. We have to look at it. We've looked as we did for those 9 minutes and 29 seconds. We have to listen. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Those are George Floyd's last words. We can't let those words die with him. We have to keep hearing those words. We must not turn away. We can't turn away.
CNN legal analyst.
Woo! Yep, we can't let those words die with him, that he could not breathe. You know, we cannot let those words die with him. We just can't. You know, we have to continue. We have to continue our work, the work that has been, you know, the work that was started by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. back in the 60s. You know, we cannot let this end. We just can't. You know, if you see something, say something. And that's it. Medical said that if Floyd had been allowed to lay on his side, he could have survived. That is true. But
This is Netta Beretta of The Kendall Moore Show. You're listening to Al Greer with the B-Sides on 1690 WVON.
But that was the whole idea. And Derek Chauvin putting his knee on his neck. He knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. You know, he knew exactly what he was doing. And I hate to use this word, but, you know, he was like, I'm going to kill this nigga. So he knew what he was doing. Yeah, I mean, and that had a lot to do with it too, Sheila. I mean, that smug look he had on his face, like, you know, like dun da da da. Yeah. I just, you know, and I think about what Richard Pryor probably would have said as well, you know. You know, I would have, you know, once again, I would have loved to have heard what Richard Pryor would have had to say about that. And some of the other comedians as well. You know, Bernie Mac, had he been here, you know, all of them, you know. Okay, where's my lip dope? Oh, well. He was one of the only artists who was allowed to have his videos played on MTV. He fought hard for that too. And it was his videos that made him popular and, of course, come out with Purple Rain. I say, Little Corvette, baby, you're much too fast. Yes, you are. Justice for George Floyd. Hello. Woo! Once again, thanks God for camera phones. He said he had that cocky macho look on his face, like he succeeded. Yeah, he succeeded all right. Yep. He succeeded in getting 40 years in jail. But did you see the look on his face when they were sentencing him? Did you see the look on his face? You know, it should be on YouTube by now. But if you see the look on his face, like he was surprised, like, oh, what is this? Is this really happening? You know, Kamala Harris.
It is a problem for every American. It is keeping us from fulfilling the promise of liberty and justice for all.
And what do you want to hear from the White House? What do you want to see from this administration, from the elected leaders?
So we want to remember that George Floyd's tremendous spirit has cracked the world wide open. It gives us an opportunity to be courageous and bold and visionary. And that means making sure that we go back and understand that the system of policing in this country hails from slave catching. Understand that policing does not keep our communities safe. Understand that we have an opportunity to invest in things like housing and mental health resources and health resources and education, and divest from a policing system that keeps us unsafe. So we're asking policymakers to be courageous enough to look at legislation like the Breathe Act, rather than relying on old systems and old practices that steal the lives of our people, like George Floyd, like Adam Toledo, like Ma'Khia Bryant, like people like Waukesha Wilson and Daniel Hernandez, who were killed here in Los Angeles, but may have not gotten the same media attention as others.
Wow.
This is a 1690 WVON B-Sides Triple Play. Triple Play.
One of the witnesses says a weight has been lifted. I know that's right, brother. Say it. Once again, history has been made. Justice has been served. So now we're fighting for police accountability. Let's see what Jesse Jackson has to say.
People get away with illegal elections.
It was good to see Jesse out there, though. Reverend Jesse Jackson. I mean, everything he's seen in his lifetime, marching with Martin Luther King Jr., what a story. What a story. Ooh, let me plug my phone up. It's dying. $16.90 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. We flip the 45s and play the B-sides tonight on Prince, who 5 years ago lost his life. But, of course, we have all this great music to listen to in his memory. You remember the song by The Time, 777-9311? That was actually Des Dickerson's real phone number. Prince co-wrote that song, too. Here's Gene Carn. Emma Smothers. Is it Emma Smothers? Hey, Emma. Thanks for checking into the B-sides. Hey, Emma, what's going on? Emma got her own thing going on, and I support hers, too. Thank you very much, Emma, for stopping by. I really appreciate it. We were still discussing the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin trial. And Emma, you can put your 2 cents in. Do you think justice has been served and that history has been made? Or is that just me being too excited, huh? Hey, Emma. Thank you. Justice has been served. History has been made. Now, what we do with that history, that's another question right there. What are we going to do with this history? The roosters have finally came home to crow. Thank you, Malcolm X. Absolutely. What you say, he should be on death row? Well, look at it this way. He's going each one of those counts, which was 3, the maximum is 40 years. He's already 40 years old, I guess. So, I hear you, Emma. So he will live the rest of his life in jail. Just like he lived to put people in jail, to so-called serve and protect. It's going to be a different story now for him. A different story. But, once again, I'm glad it went the way it went, because every major city, Detroit, LA, New York, people were ready to go to battle. They were ready to take a trip to Minneapolis to see, okay, what the problem is. Did you cry, Emma? I know that's right. Like I said earlier, while it can't bring George Floyd back, it'll have a larger impact on people. That's right. Excuse me. God don't like ugly. And that look on his face that he had kneeling on that man's neck, on his throat, on his windpipe, I hope he never has a good night's sleep. I really don't. We love you too, Emma. Thank you. I hope Derek Chauvin never has a good night's sleep. I hope his own image bothers him. I'm that evil look. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he made 45 on March 19th. So he'll be how old in 40 years? Yeah, he ain't going nowhere. It could be, we could look at it that way, as him being put on death row, but I'm sure he's put a lot of people in jail. So now he's going to know what it feels like to be a criminal. And that's it. Yeah, he looked like he was enjoying it. Yeah. He looks like he was enjoying killing him. Yep, he'll be 85 in 40 years when he gets out. Maybe while he's in there, he'll, shave his head and turn to Islam. Yep. All counts. Yep. Just too cocky and macho. Yep. Chauvin is worth $1.5 million. His wife just divorced him and took $1 million of it. Really?
Now, that's the same song.
Hmm. He will burn in hell. If he doesn't repent. In his mind, he didn't do anything wrong. In his mind, he didn't do anything wrong. You could tell by the look on his face that he was doing somebody a favor. You know? All right, Emma, get some sleep, sweetheart. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for staying up with us, and thank you for your opinion, and I really appreciate that, Emma. Love you too, Emma. Thank you. Yeah, Derek Chauvin looked like it was like, when they started to read the verdict, he was like, who are they talking about? Huh. They agreed on divorce so Floyd's family can't get most of the money. Oh, that's sad. Huh. That's real sad. And it doesn't matter. They divorced so that Floyd's family can't get the money. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. You know? It doesn't make any sense at all. And how could he be worth that much money? You know, they must get paid a whole lot of money to be a cop in Minneapolis. But where he's going, he can't spend it. And that's it. What'd you say? White folks tactics. Oh, okay. Mm-mm. Curtis Mayfield from the Superfly soundtrack, 1972. Give Me Your Love. Before that, Barbara Mason and her version of Give Me Your Love. Same song, different artist on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago, with your Dr. Al Greer. Today, he would have been 71 years old. The great Luther Ronzoni Vandross. This is Don't You Know That from the Never Too Much album on 1690 WVON. DJ Freddie B. Good morning. I see you're back. Good to have you back, sir. But, you know, I keep saying this. If there had not have been that young lady who was brave enough to make that video of that man standing on well, I can't even say he's a man. You know, I can't imagine what would have happened had that not been, you know, had that not had a good to be seen, sir. Had there not been a camera phone present, you know. And I think that made the difference in, you know, the jury's decision. It was plain. It was plain as the nose on your faces. You know, this man did not deserve to be wearing the badge. He just didn't. You know, he just, not at all. You know, no way. You know, and yeah, that camera phone made a huge difference. Yes, it did, Sheila. It certainly did. You know, and I just, once again, you know, had that young lady not been present with that camera phone, you know, it could have gone, it could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. But yep, it made a long, it made a what would have been a longer trial go shorter. If Martin Luther King was alive, he would shout glory. Yep. Yep, he would have. Absolutely. And you know, it's just it's a blessing, I guess, and a curse. You know, they hate us so much, but they want to be like us, you know? And when they can't be, they would rather snuff us out. Yep, it all right, I sure will. I'll check it out. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you. They want to take credit for the contributions that we've made. Well, if you go back and look at early pictures of the White House, it was black folks that put together the White House. I'm just saying. You and me, girl, go a long way back. Black folks was Republicans and not Democrats. Yep. Yep. George Floyd's brother says this is a day of celebration. Yep. Definitely. Yep. George Floyd's brother said he was pacing and praying. I said, I know that's right. Pacing and praying. And it paid off. Paid off for me tonight when my tire flew off of my truck while I was driving. You know, I kept praying. I said, Jesus, 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 just let me make it, you know, so I could park this joker and get to work. And I did, you know. And I made it to work. Well, I didn't drive to work, but I made it to work from getting a ride. But, you know, I was like, is that my tire flying off of my truck? You know, it looked like something out of a movie when the tire just, you know, decided it was going to exit the truck. I'm like, okay. Did I pull over? Nope. I kept going. I kept going. You know, it's late at night. I'm on Stony Island. I wasn't getting out of my truck for nothing until I parked that joker. And that sucker was on the ground. Yep. Why are these things always happening to you? I don't know. Thank you, Sheila. My buddy's Bloodstone. And we go a long way back on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago with your Dr. Al Greer. Just flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on Jermaine Jackson. You like me, don't you? I know you do. It's your Dr. Al Greer on 1690 WVON. Yep, I am just, back to my situation. My situation could have gone very badly. Once again, I was on the expressway driving at 55 miles an hour when it started doing this. I'm like, okay. I had just pulled out of the gas station in Dalton, and on Dalton Road, and I was like, okay, something ain't right. Something is not right, Lord. Something is not right. And I said, okay, I'm going to take it as far into the city as I can. I put my blinkers on and I kept going, and I made it. I made it. I made it to work. Well, I made it to park the truck, so that was it. So, but once again, I made it. I made it to work. I was, late getting here, but I got here. Thanks to my buddy Percy, I got here. He was right around the corner on, was that 85th and Dante. And he swung around the corner, came and got me from 78th and Woodlawn and brought me to work. I made it. I made it. I made it. Bringing you into the actual new beginnings of an actual gospel radio. And it's a job. Okay. That would be like number 4, I guess. 4 jobs for me. and no time left to sleep. But thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was very awesome that my friend, and when he picked me up, he said, "You lucky," because I took the night off from the post office. I was like, oh, thank you, Percy. Percy Jackson, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I really, because I didn't, I didn't know how long that the lift was going to take to get here. Again, it's with pay. Okay. Here we go again. Oh my God. Do I look that bad that I need some more money? Oh, I'm sorry. This is just the way I dress to come to work. Because all my suits are basically hanging up. But I'm good, Fred, but thank you. I get paid from the other 3 jobs that I work, but thank you. I appreciate it. Here we go. Here we go. And I love you too, Fred, but I'm not desolate and broke. It's just things keep happening to me. But it's every time something happens to me, there's a testimony in that. There's a testimony in that. But I appreciate it. But, maybe you should pass it on to someone else who really and truly needs it. But I appreciate the gesture. But right now, I'm working 3 radio stations, my own WVON and WBGX, and consulting at a station out in Gary. But if you think I need more money, just send it to me. I don't need another job. I just need the money so I can just sit at home and watch reruns of Bernie Mac. But thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the gesture. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah. You can't pass it on, narrow pointed. Okay. All right. Well, okay. All right. Do I look broke, folks? Well, thank you if I do. And it's funny because a guy that I used to work for, he said, even if you've got money, just keep struggling or keep looking like you're struggling. And that way you keep money in your pocket. So I guess it's working. So, but thank you, Fred. But please give it to somebody else. I beg of you, please pass it on to someone who's more deserving than I am. Okay, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. I love you, man. But I got to decline. I must decline. Yeah. So just give it to somebody else. They will appreciate it and they'll love it. They'll love you for it. But I'm good. I appreciate it. Once again, thank you. The Spinners and One of a Kind Love Affair right here on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago with your Dr. Al Greer. On the other side, more music from Prince, also from Luther Vandross, George Benson, the CODs, and Cameo. Right now, the third cup from Eddie Fisher and his quintet on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. Thank you, Sheila. I don't get enough sleep as it is. And, you know, I really don't. And it's weird. I wake up, you know, I sleep for about maybe 2 or 3 hours, and I wake up and I go back to sleep, and then I wake up again. It's almost as if my body has a built-in alarm clock, to sleep for like 3 or 4 hours, and then I'm back up. I'm either on my way to the bathroom or whatever. So that's about it. I know Capricorn peeps need their sleep. That's right. I need my sleep. So, but yeah, I'm I am out of days to work. It's like every day I'm at work. Sunday I'm at the gospel station. Monday and Tuesday night I'm here at VON. Wednesday night is the only day that I get off. The only day that I get off is Wednesday, and I still have to actually do my show for VON so that it will play overnight, as well as do my live show at the crib. So on my off day, I'm still working, and then I'm back here Thursday and Friday from 11 to 6, leaving here on Thursday to go to the gospel station to stay there until 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's like I really, don't get any sleep. So, but yeah. So I'm really beat. I couldn't take another job if I wanted to. My sleep is more important than working right now. I'm making pretty good money doing commercials and working at these different stations, so I'm good. But thank you.
Chicago is 1690 WVON, Berwyn, Chicago.
But yeah, I don't even have room in the day to take any more jobs. But once again, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, but I must decline. And I will, and I've done it. So, you know, give it to someone else. I'm good. You know, unless I can sit at home and do it. You know. Like I said, I have no off days. Sunday, I get out of church. I work at church because, you know, I play drums and thank you. Sleep is good for me. Thank you. Thank you, Sheila. Help me out. Yeah, I'm like, on Sundays, you know, I go to church, I run sound. You know, we are in a new church, so the sound booth. No, Freddie. No, Freddie. I decline. I can't do it. No. Final answer. No. Second final answer. I can't do it. I appreciate it. Please give it to someone else. I can't do it. I'm not going to wear myself out, for I am old. I can't do it. I won't do it to myself. I promise you. I will not kill myself, and I won't lose any sleep over losing any money. I can't and I won't. And I love you, but I can't do it. I can't accept it at this point. I have no time to sleep. I am 60 years old. I need time to sleep. I do. You know, on my off days, when I'm at home, VON is still calling me to do commercials. So luckily, I have a studio in the crib so that I can continue to work and do commercials. So I did not check my inbox. I usually don't do it while I'm on the air. I'll check everything later, and then I'll get back with you. But right now, I'm on my FB Live. I'm on WVON Live, so I'm not going to check any inboxes until I'm done at 5 o'clock in the morning. But once again, I appreciate it, and I love you, but I can't do it. I won't break, you know, what I do while I'm at work. And that's it. You know, that's just me. You know, I'm a nice guy until I get cornered. When you push me into a corner, then I ain't so nice no more. So, you know. Yep. Trying to be cool. But I'm not gonna check it right now. Unless it's some cash in it. Can't do it. Won't do it. Too smooth. Won't do it.
WVON. Live from the Xfinity Studios at WVON. The talk of Chicago. 1690 WVON.
It's the B-Sides with Al Greer on 1690 WVON.
Well, I'm glad you're used to me. That's warming to know that you understand and you're used to me, because you know, brother don't get upset about nothing, you know, especially not missing any money, you know, because it can always be made up on the back end. You know, I do one commercial and I get paid. I do one gig and get paid again, and that's it. You know, I won't lose any sleep over losing money, and I won't lose any money over losing sleep, and that's it. I'm cool. What can I say? Cool like that. You know, my dad always said, remember your ABCs. Always Be cool. Don't let nobody get you, get you off your square. Always be cool. Let people know. But I'm cool. I'm still gonna be smooth at the end of the day. Be right back. Got to go pee. Woo. That was cool. Brenda Brown Long. Hey, sugar. What's going on? Money. I understood that one. Afrique and Sol Makusa, or Mano Dabango. Finally got his name right after 40 years. It's your Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides. Hello to Brenda Brown Long, Sheila Forrest, and everybody who's checking in right now on Facebook Live. You can check me out on Facebook Live right now. Just go to Al Greer. Send me a friend request. Let's talk. Here's 5 Special. Why Leave Us Alone on 1690 WVON. It's your Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides like it's supposed to be done on the Talk of Chicago 1690 WVON. Built on. We're about. Woo! I love that song. Brenda Brown Long, Juicy B. Your video is blocked and cannot be viewed in 242 locations. Once again. Well, as long as I'm still on with you guys, I don't care what they do. You know, they can keep doing it as long as they want to. Your video is blocked. Only you can see this, that your video is blocked. I don't care what they do. You know, they can keep doing it as long as they want to. That's right. 36 seconds of audio owned by Warner Brothers Music. If you submit a dispute, your content may be restored. Whatever. Yep, they keep doing that. It's like, okay, never mind. But as long as you guys still hear me, we're good. I guess you're already, yeah, they be lurking, yeah. As long as you guys are still locked in with me, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, the Facebook gremlins can't get me. You know, I know I don't own those songs. They know I don't own those songs. So, you know. You know, I guess it doesn't matter how many times you put that I do not own the rights to these songs or whatever. They're going to still do it. So. They're going to continue to harass me. Yep. It's Captain Daryl Owens. He's driving to his plane. Ooh. Go on with your bad self. So, Captain Owens, did you see my tire or the lack thereof? My tire just flew off on Stony Island. I'm glad it didn't fly off while I was still on the expressway. That would not have been a good look at all for your doctor. It would have been the second biggest funeral that AR Leaks ever had. No, it wouldn't be. I know that's right.
My peanut butter brother, Al Greer, took it to 45.
Woo! Oh, you heard, huh? Yeah. I'm glad I'm safe too, Daryl. You know, when I saw that tire fly, I'm like, ain't that supposed to be on the car? Yep. That sucker took flight, and I was like, okay. This can't be happening. but it was. But I'm just, I'm so grateful. I just am. You know, I'm just glad I continue to do right in God's eyes and continue to pray, and nothing happened. I was on the expressway and got off of the expressway, not knowing what was going to happen. But man, I'm thank you, Brenda. But whoo, nothing like that has ever happened to me. Now my brakes have locked up while I was driving, but none of that has ever happened to me, where the tire just took flight off of the automobile. So,
as one of two reporters who were inside that courtroom here Tuesday in Minneapolis whenever the verdict was read in the trial of former officer Derek Chauvin, I could tell you that the tension in the room was simply palpable. Chauvin sat at the defense desk with his attorney waiting for the judge to read that verdict. For their part, the prosecution appeared somewhat filled with anxiety and anxious as they sat there, eyes darting around the courtroom, fidgeting, waiting again for that verdict to be read. But I can tell you one of the most emotional moments that occurred in that courtroom was from someone who you could not see on screen. That was Philonise Floyd, the brother of George Floyd, who sat in the back of the courtroom. He spent almost the entire hearing in prayer, looking up briefly to look at Derek Chauvin. But as the verdict was read, guilty, 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 he sat in prayer, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Afterwards, he stepped outside the courtroom and received a phone call from President Biden and Vice President Harris. Biden telling the Floyd family that he was proud of them for serving as such champions for racial justice, saying that his administration will be working to enact real policing reform. I asked Floyd afterwards what it was like being in the courtroom and what he was praying for. He said he was praying for a guilty verdict. He said, as an African American, we rarely get justice. Finally, who can forget that moment as an officer approached Derek Chauvin? He asked him, Mr. Chauvin, please place your hands behind your back. The handcuff went on the left hand, the handcuff went on the right hand, and Chauvin was taken out. The very criminal justice system where Derek Chauvin used to work, prosecuting him and convicting him for murder.
woo! I guess I'll cry later when I get home. Oh, that's right. I can't go home. Got no truck. Anyway, I'll be all right, guys. You know, I'll be all right.
$16.90 WVON.
Woo! My heart was beating like I just ran a marathon. Yep. So glad that I was okay. So glad. Yep. Don't forget to share the video, guys. I forgot to say that when I had 8 people. He said it was not my time. You're absolutely right, Daryl. It was not my time. Because, I keep going back, to when I initially left the house and got on the Bishop Ford. And I was like, this truck is not going to make it. Whatever it is, it's not going to make it. Because it kept turning like on its own. I'm like, okay, just go slow, put your hazards on, stay in the stay in the slow lane, and that's it. I made it. I parked it. In 1983, Mr. Prince Rogers Nelson and a couple of other people decided they were going to make an autobiographical movie on his life. The result was the Oscar-winning soundtrack, Purple Rain, and the movie, which grossed, millions and millions of dollars. One of the best soundtracks ever. This is the first song from it, When Doves Cry, from Prince. Woo! Yeah, please share the video once again, ladies and gentlemen. I guess DJ Freddie B got insulted once again. I'm like, brother, I'm good. Thank you. Gospel ain't my thing. I love gospel. Oh, I love the Lord's music, but I don't play it. I would not be, I wouldn't look good playing gospel music. According to some people, yeah. But anyway, but once again, I appreciate the opportunity, but I need to sleep and I need to stay in my lane. So, but thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just blessed to be here, Brenda. That tire flew off the car, and it never, and that's just it. I never lost control of the truck. Never lost control. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, we got 6 people. Share the video right quick. Share it, share it, share it. Do it now. Do it now. Yep. Yeah, I am truly thankful. And once again, I never lost control of the truck. I was in control the whole time. No, I wasn't. He was in control the whole time. The whole time. Because, once again, it could have been a lot worse. The tire could have hit me Could have bounced back and hit the truck. Could have bounced off of a tree in the middle of Stony Island and hit me. Gone through the windshield. So I'm good. I'm glad that it was not, glad that it wasn't worse. I really am. I'm glad that it wasn't worse. Once before my hood flipped up while I was on the expressway. And it could have gone all the way back and hit the windshield, but it stopped. There was something that made it stop, and it did, and it didn't hit me, and I was okay. But it did it twice. It flipped up the first time. I was leaving the club one night. This was before COVID, and it flipped up. That was the first time. And then I had it fixed, right? And it flipped up again. The guy that fixed it, didn't do a good job. But, I continue to drive the truck. It may not look good, but it still runs good. It still runs excellent. It still runs. And that's all I can ask for. It's still running.
This is a 1690 WVON B-Sides double play.
But thank you for your prayers. I really appreciate that. Thank you, and continue to pray for me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Yep, I am thankful that I did not get hurt. I would not be flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides tonight. Oh no, let's go. Adios.
See you tonight.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it.
Mm-mm. Woo. Yep, it could have been worse, folks. It could have been worse. It could have been scraping me up off the pavement on the Bishop Ford. It just wasn't meant to be. The first thing is always to remember not to panic. And I didn't panic. You know, I braced myself for what was going to happen. And that's it. You know, I braced myself for what could have happened. Ann Munoz. What's going on, Ann? Once again, don't forget to share the video on your page. Just hit share. I see only one share. What's really going on here? Night, night. Good night, Lena. Lena Love. Kimberly Scott. Good night, 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 night. Heard about the accident. Well, actually, Ann, it wasn't an accident. It was just my tire flew off. The tire go bye-bye. while I was driving. So, but, you know, thank you. You all continue to pray for me as I pray for you. But I was like, that was scary. That was scary. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheila. She shared the video. Okay, what about the rest of y'all? Share the video. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Continue to pray for me. Whew. But yeah, from the picture, it looked like it was an accident, but it could have been a whole lot worse. You know, could have been a whole lot worse. Pray for me, y'all. Pray for me. And share that video. Share that live video. Thank you. In fact, I think I'm going to share it myself. Share to a group. Share to the B-siders. There we go. You know it, Ann. You know it. I was covered in the blood. I had angels watching me. Definitely. Definitely angels watching me tonight on the E-way. Because it kept doing this. I'm like, you going this way. Go this way. And Something guided me. I keep saying something, but God guided me. The angels guided my truck. And thank God the tire didn't pop off on the expressway. You know, I was a little late, but I made it. You know, wasn't even an hour late. I think I was maybe 45 minutes late. Got here at 10:45. So I made it. I made it to work. Whew. Doctor. Rolling Stone ranked it number 8 on the list of 500 greatest albums of all time. That's the soundtrack from Purple Rain. That is Baby, I'm a Star and I Will Die for You. It's your Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides, this time on Cameo. Gloria Scales Brown. Hey, Gloria. Good morning and welcome to the B-sides. Make sure you share the video, okay, on your page, Gloria. Don't be shamed. Share the video. Thank you very much for joining us. I see one share, and that was, I think Sheila did that one. Yep. Elo. Hey, Elo. Did you see the picture, Elo, of my missing tire on my truck? Yeah, it flew off. Yeah. It didn't want to be part of the rest of the truck anymore. It flew. It'd go bye-bye. Yep. Did I mention I was on the expressway, but I got off the expressway and that's when it flew? Yeah. Yeah. Whew. It once again, it could have took a turn for the worst. Yeah, wow. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
It is not just a Black America problem or a people of color problem. It is a problem for every American. It is keeping us from fulfilling the promise of liberty and justice for all. And it is holding our nation back from realizing our full potential. So as you heard there, Vice President.
All right, Vice President, Madam Vice President, yes. And you made it to work. You would have been home traumatized. Yeah, I know. I would have definitely been traumatized, Elo. I was like, oh man. Yep. Yep, you are absolutely right. I would have been traumatized. No, I'd have been traumatized in the hospital had I still been rolling on that. Because the tire went off and I was riding on the rim. Well, not even the rim. The whole tire came off, rim and all. So, whew. But I made it here. I made it. Woo! You know how they say you see your life flash before your eyes? It's like, woo! Yep. My life flashed before my eyes. Hmm. Now I got to go find my tire. And I just put air in that tire too. And it flew off into the street somewhere. Hmm. I said to myself earlier today, I said, if certain people had been here, I wouldn't be in some of the situations that I'm in. If Richard Pegee were here, I'd have a place to stay because he had like spots in the Newport building over on South Shore Drive, Lakeshore Drive. He had like bought up a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, cuz. Yeah, he had like bought up, a couple of, I guess you could call them apartments or condominiums or whatever. He bought up a few of them and he was renting them out. He was sub-renting or whatever. So I would have had a place to stay. And my good friend Gladys Horton, who's in LA now, I would have had a place to stay with her. So, but unfortunately she's in LA and Richard Pegee is in heaven. He is watching over me with the other angels. So like, wow. But yes, cuz Spirit protected me. Yep. Yep. Mm-mm. Yep, cuz I was definitely being watched. You know, that truck was, yeah, that truck was being carried. Yep, like Daryl Owen said earlier, just wasn't my time. Just wasn't my time. Just wasn't my time, man. Yeah, and I'm still, you know, still thinking about it. You know, it's going to continue to bother me. You know. Ooh. The moon, the moon glows, and before that, peaches and herb. The Ten Commandments of Love on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides. On the other side of the B-sides, more music from tonight's spotlight artists, Prince Rogers Nelson, as well as music from June Conquest, I should say, the Commodores, and George Benson, right here on 1690 WVON. Right now, the late, great Grover Washington Jr. This is Trouble Man on 1690 WVON. Hello, Janine. Woo! Thank you, cuz. Stay safe. I'm going to try. I'm going to definitely try to stay safe. I tell you. And once again, you know, I didn't get, you know, I didn't get rattled. I didn't get scared or anything. I mean, I was scared, but I didn't, you know, I didn't lose my cool. So I think that's what helped. I think that's what helped, that I didn't, you know, didn't lose it. You know, had I lost it, I'd have been done. Yep, I would have been done. But, you know, once again, I'm happy it turned out the way it did. I wasn't hurt. The only thing hurt was my feelings, because, you know. Yep, sure was. 84th birthday, Robert Hooks, yeah. Yep. But once again, if I had just lost it, man, I'd be still on the expressway, backing up traffic. They've been trying to get me in the ambulance.
The talk of Chicago and the voice of the nation. 1690 WVON, Berwyn, Chicago.
I'm Vanessa Tyler.
And I'm Mike Stevens on the Black Information Network.
Yeah, Minneapolis is so excited. Dancing in the streets, praying too. Thankful for the verdict. Guilty on all charges. Derek Chauvin is now in jail, soon to be heading to prison for a very long time. His sentence in a couple of months after this stunning verdict.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count one, find the defendant guilty.
Judge Peter Cahill said guilty 2 more times. The Hennepin County jury of 4 blacks, 6 whites, and 2 people of color were unanimous and quick, deliberating about 10 hours before agreeing what the world saw on that viral video was absolutely murder.
The Floyd family heard the verdict, then they heard from the president.
President Joe Biden, who said he hoped the verdict would be the right one, called the Floyd family and their attorney on the phone. Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris were then put on speakerphone so all those gathered could hear what America's leaders have to say about American justice.
We're going to get a lot more done. We're going to get police. We're going to do a lot. We're going to stand it and get it done.
Hopefully this is the momentum for the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act to get passed and have you sign.
Got to have that and a lot more.
A sigh of relief was heard around the country, even the world. Many can't believe it. They knew Derek Chauvin was guilty, but he was still a cop, a white cop accused of killing a black man, and things don't often turn out this way.
Today, you have the cameras all around the world to see and show what happened to my brother.
It was the video that was the star witness in this case. The video which was played during the trial over and over again. The world saw it, and for Philonise Floyd and the Floyd family, it was reliving the agony of George Floyd's death under Chauvin's grinding knee.
It was a motion picture. The world seeing his life being extinguished. And I could do nothing but watch.
Although relieved and glad with the outcome, the pain remains because no verdict will bring George Floyd back.
Former President Obama is releasing a statement saying the jury did the right thing. Obama saying America must come to terms with the fact that Black Americans are treated differently. He says we cannot rest now. He's calling on Congress to enact concrete reforms that will reduce and ultimately eliminate racial bias in our criminal justice system.
And it feels like we can take the day to celebrate that we're finally getting a taste of justice. And then tomorrow we move on to Dante, and we keep doing this until they give us what we need across the board.
Activist Bree Graham says the next step is justice for Dante Wright, who will soon be buried after a Minnesota cop not far from where Chauvin was just convicted shot and killed the unarmed black man. The fired and charged white female officer reportedly mistook her taser for her pistol when she shot the 20-year-old in the nearby town of Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. That officer will also face a court of law. I'm Vanessa Tyler with Mike Stevens on your home for 24/7 News, the Black Information Network.
The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
The views expressed on our programs are not necessarily those of WVON, Midway Broadcasting Corporation, or our participating sponsors.
It's the morning show.
Attorney Arthur, welcome to WVON. Thank you so much for being with us. Tell me, did I describe pretty much what the situation was, or is there anything you can add?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head pretty square there. The law enforcement, lit up their lights. He immediately signaled his compliance to their demands, posing this well in place for officer safety and for his safety. Is notwithstanding all of this, they decided that even before they pulled into this gas station, they were going to treat this as a felony traffic stop, and they went downhill from there.
Was there any reason for them to have their guns drawn?
Absolutely not. Unless they wanted to put a notch on their belt, I suppose there was no reason to have this firearms drawn.
The morning show with Rufus Williams, weekday at 6 a.m. on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. Explore exciting and dynamic free virtual programs with Lyric on Demand from Lyric Opera of Chicago. Watch in-depth masterclasses and fascinating behind-the-scenes features. Stream full-length concerts and operas and more. Discover something new today at lyricopera.org/on-demand. The Talk of Chicago is 1690 live from the Xfinity Studios at WVON. The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
Now, more than ever, we need a reliable news source to tell our story from our perspective. The Talk of Chicago has joined the Black Information Network to bring you top-of-the-hour news from around the nation. If it's happening in Black America, it's on the Black Information Network. Now you can start your day every morning at 5 with 1 full hour of news from the Black Information Network. WVON and the Black Information Network, because the truth matters.
He has a degree in dustyology. It's Dr. Al Greer with the B-Sides on 1690 WVO.
All right, cuz, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, and more thank yous. and bless you. You know, thank you for spending time with me. You know, I don't talk to family much. We don't keep in touch. The only time we see each other is weddings and funerals. You know, the last time I saw your dad was at a funeral, and that was my dad's funeral. So that's it. That's when we get together, and it's sad to say that, but you know, I don't have contact with my family anymore. You know, my family was my wife and, you know, my stepson and my stepdaughter. That's my family. You know, I, you know, before that, it was, you know, Uncle Pookie and Aunt Fanny and, you know, Uncle Larry, Uncle Wayne. And I just, you know, it seems like we've all just, you know, we've all put each other down. Even when Daddy passed, they had 2 repasses. One was at our house and the other was at Uncle Larry's house. And, you know, none of the family showed up for Mom's memorial service. None of them. You know, Uncle Larry didn't show up. I mean, nobody. You know, Aunt Phyllis, nobody. For my mom. They showed up for Dad, but they didn't show up for Mom. And, you know, I'm just not in contact with them anymore. You know, I don't, you know, I don't hate anybody for it. You know, I'm sure there's a reason why they didn't show up to Mom's memorial service. You know, and that reason may have been COVID. That may have been the reason why they didn't come. You know, but we were all in church and we all had our masks on and everything else. And that's it. But you know, I have no contact with my family. You know, when something goes wrong in my life, I have no one to call. You know, I think that's why I just dive into, you know, what I do. You know, it keeps me from grieving over my parents, and it keeps me grounded. It keeps me busy. It keeps my mind off of other things, and that's it. You know. Please. 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago with you, Dr. Al Greer. It's the last hour of B-Sides Power, so get your request in right now at 591-1690. Brenda Brown Long, I will call you. Thank you. Because I don't, you know, I don't have anyone to talk to. You know, when I had a problem, I could go to my brother. And I'm not talking about my blood brother. I'm talking about Wayne Fields. And he's not here to hear me. I'm sure he hears me, but he can't respond back to me. I know. Thank you. I will. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you. But cause I don't even talk to Marvin anymore. Marvin didn't even come from Atlanta to Mom's memorial service. You know, Marvin didn't even show up. And that was it. You know. You know, I hate that. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you. But I remember when I was a kid, and I started, you know, taking the bus and everything else. You know, I found out how to get to my aunt's house, and that's the aunt that my cousin's talking about right now. I found out how to get to Aunt Fanny's house, and she was my favorite. She was Dad's favorite, and I found out how to get to her house, and that was it. You know, she was the only aunt that I could talk to when I was a kid, and that was it. You know, my other aunts on my mama's side, you know, they were around, but you know, I didn't really get a chance to talk to them. So, yeah, she was everybody's favorite. You know. Yep, she was everybody's favorite. You know, everybody spent the night at Aunt Fanny's house. Everybody, you know, everybody stopped by her house. Everybody. And I mean, that was it. She was everybody's favorite. And yeah, you said our house was a revolving door. Yeah, it sure was. You know, you knew you were gonna get fed and everything else. It was a revolving door, and everybody, you know, especially Pookie's kids. She raised them because they had no mother. And yeah, she helped raise everybody. You know, especially Pookie's kids, because you know, I remember when Pookie's wife died, and you know, Lawana was a baby, and so, you know, and so was her brother, and it's like, you know, Say you were traumatized by her death. You know, and that was the thing. Gene, Daddy never knew that Fanny had passed because he was sick. And Mom never told him that Fanny had passed. Mom was the last to be with Fanny. They used to go to the boat and gamble. Yep, little Pookie was a baby. But my mom kept that from Dad. She didn't want him to know, you know, that his little sister had passed. He didn't want to. She didn't want him to know. You know, I'm sorry for, you know, being heavy tonight, but yeah. She didn't want him to know. You know, he was fighting his own battle, trying to stay alive. He was fighting his own battle. So she didn't want to burden him with it. Because she knew he was going to see her soon. That was his little sister. When, you know, he would always brag about his little sister Fanny. You know, he'd carry her throughout Argyle Gardens, just carry her. That was his little sister. Of course, he had, you know, his other brothers and sisters, but, you know, him and Fanny were really close. You know, that was his baby sister. Not Phyllis, not Martha, not Marietta, not Beverly. It was Fanny. Not to slight my aunties, but Fanny was his baby. That was his baby. You know, like I said, he used to brag about taking her everywhere. You know? Used to brag about taking her everywhere. That was it. Whew. That's all he used to brag about. And he had other brothers and sisters. You know. But when our grandfather passed, cuz Daddy was the man of the house. Even though your father was the oldest, Daddy was made to get out there and work. And he did. And he you know, he became the man of the house. And that was it. And for them not to be there when he died, you know, I took it personal. You know, every one of them should have been there when he passed. Every one of them should have been there when Mom passed. you know, but they never came to see her. The whole time she was, you know, sick. So Little Anthony and the Imperials and Shimmy Shimmy Cocoa Bop on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on Prince Rogers Nelson. I keep saying his whole name because Prince is just not enough. Here's Pop Life from the Paisley Park album, right here on 1690 WVON. Around the World in a Day was the name of the album, right? I know, right? In someone else's box, tell me. Don't forget to share the video, guys, okay? Just hit share and share it with other people. Share and share alike, okay? We all got a place to feel. Was my dad there? He kept me informed about both of your parents. He came to Dad's memorial service. I think I remember seeing him at Dad's memorial service. But Mom's, no. Nobody on our side showed up. Nobody. And one of my cousins on my mama's side, he showed up. My second cousin. But nope. And it was the first time that all my kids were together. It was the first time all my kids were together. My two sons and my daughter. Yeah. And this was before my second marriage. So everybody was there. Everybody was there. All my kids were there. All my children, I should say. I remember when we were kids, we'd go over grandma's house and everybody would spend the night over there, little Larry, Tony, everybody. I didn't know he did, that he had open heart surgery. Please tell him to call me. like I said, I don't, I don't stay in touch with family because they don't stay in touch with me. Chris is better at doing that than I am. He's better at keeping in touch with the family. So, yep. Yep, he does a way better job than, keeping up with everybody. So, that's a good question. I don't know if Little Larry and I don't think Little Larry's on Facebook, but I know Tony is. Tony's on. He's on Facebook. I forgot the name he's using. I think he's using his real name. So, yeah. But the only person I really stay in touch with is Luana. Every now and then she'll hit me up. So that was my baby cousin right there. That was my baby cousin. Looking like her daddy. Woo! You're probably better off going to Chris's page and trying to find him. Yeah. Like I said, Chris stays in touch with everybody else. Luana and I stay in touch with each other. Every now and then we'll call each other or whatever, or hit each other up on Instagram. So I had to go to the bathroom again. Good Lord. What am I drinking? He's back. Love you, cuz. Well, I would love to play that whole thing. That is America from the album Around the World in a Day on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago, with your Dr. Al Greer. That's called America. This is his latest, which is called Welcome to America. Prince Rogers Nelson on 1690 WVON. Woo! Woo! Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. It really does. You know, every now and then, you know, we're even though we don't travel in the same circles, every now and then I hear someone say something about me hosting this show. Of course, Wayne's brother and I, you know, every now and then we run into each other on social media, or someone that knows him say, yeah, you know, Pastor Sy was listening to your show the other night. You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. I'm like, ooh, thank you. That means a lot. You know, it means a lot to me that he likes my show. Yep. Yep, that feels, you know, that thank you, Brenda. Thank you. You know, that means a lot to me, you know, coming from him. You know, that he actually listens to my show, and it's like he's sending messages back to me. So, but I really appreciate, you know, him giving me a listen. I really do. I really do. You know, like I said, it means a lot to me. Oh, I didn't take my vitamins. You know, once again, that means a lot to me that they are listening. You know, I had one young lady to hit me up on what was it? Not Facebook, but Instagram. And she sent me a friend request. I accepted it. She said what she had to say, and then she unfriended me all in the same night. I'm like, oh, okay. She called me an opportunist, that I was trying to take Wayne's job. I'm like, I don't know. For those of you who are diehard B-Sides fans, if you ever notice, I was online every night when he was on Ustream. I was on with you guys. So that's it. So it wasn't like, I was trying to take his job. On the B-Sides, 1690 WVLA. Yep. I wasn't ever trying to take his job. Never. Thank you, Brenda. And for those, that weren't there, I still, I still got love for you. I still pray for you guys. But, they made it like that I jocked for his job. Well, I used to fill in for him. So I wasn't, necessarily jockeying for his position. It just happened that way. It just, and I say this all the time. He passed on a Saturday night. Monday morning when I came to work, I was the new host, and that was it. I was the new host of the B-Sides. And for people to think that I tried to take his job, no. I could never take my brother's job. And once again, now that he's gone, there's really nobody for me to talk to. He was my brother. At the end of the day, right, that's how you met me. He was closer to me than my own brother. And that was it. When he passed, that's all I could say. All I could do was just shake my head and just say, my brother's gone, my brother's gone. And I couldn't say nothing else. I couldn't say a word. I just kept saying, my brother, my brother, my brother, my brother. And of course, there was nothing that could bring him back. Nothing. Hey, Asia. How you doing? Yep, there was nothing that could bring that brother back. Nothing. And I'm glad we got a chance to talk before he passed. We had a meeting here at VON, and that was the last time I saw him. We were talking about going to Paisley Park, going to the Stax Museum down in Memphis, and going back to Motown, which we went back when Richard Pegee was still here. And Richard took us to the Motown Museum. We had he chartered a bus and everything. And we went to the Motown Museum in Detroit. And that was it. And I said, we're going to go back. And he said, who's going to sponsor it? It's like, we're going to sponsor it. It's going to be a B-Sides, WOSD thing. And that's it. He said, okay. And that was it.
That's the same song.
Same song.
Different artist.
The B-Sides, 1690 WVON.
Watching.
So that was it. That was the whole thing. We were going, you know, we're going to get a bus and everything. We were going to, you know, get people to, you know, to pay to be on the bus and the whole thing. And of course, COVID hit, and then all of a sudden we didn't go nowhere. So we never made it off the ground. So hopefully we'll be able to plan this trip and go to the, I would love to go down to Memphis and see the Stax Museum. I would love to. Maybe we'll get to go to Paisley Park the following year. Maybe not this year, but probably next year. And each year we can take a planned trip and go somewhere. You know, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, we went there too when Richard Pegues was still here. So, you know, those things that are musical heritage, you know, I would just love to. You know, love to do those things and finish those things that we started, you know. You know, what we said we were going to do, I would love for us to finish it. I really would. You know, really would. You know, I was told if I didn't play this song and I was doing a tribute to Prince, that they would come down here and cut me down at my knees. You know I got to play Purple Rain. Come on now. Feel Like Making Love from Roberta Flack and from George Benson, and this from Prince from 1984. I will. Well, of course, I'm not going to go all the way home because, you know, I left my truck. So I need to, you know, yeah. I'm going to, you know, stay here in the city until I get it fixed. Otherwise, yeah. My buddy was saying, yeah, you need another car. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I need another car. You should have 2 cars. Yeah, I should. I can't afford the one truck I got. So, oh no. Yeah. You know, maybe one day I'll be that fortunate to have 2 cars again. Because I used to have a car and a van. Of course, I drove the van on the weekends because I had gigs to do and drive the car every day and go to work. So, yep, that was it. But, yep, then I started having kids and I couldn't afford nothing after that. But, yeah. Ooh, Lord. Funny how people can tell you what you should have like you were a teenager. I know, right? You should have 2 cars. I'm like, you should give me one of your cars since you got 3. You should give me one of your cars. You know, I was like, okay, yeah, okay, I'll do that. That's right. You need 2 cars. You too, Ken. Thank you. As always, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. You should have 2 cars. I should have a whole bunch of stuff, shouldn't I? That's right, Ken. Have a blessed day, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody for staying up with me as always. I appreciate you guys. You know, I definitely appreciate you guys as always. Amen. God bless George Floyd and his family. Absolutely. Bless him and his family. Of course, they're going to be talking about this for the longest, you know. Yep. This trial, I guess you could say this is the trial of the century. And they'll probably keep talking about it as, you know, as time goes by. You know, they'll keep talking about this, you know. But bless you all. Thank you, as always. I appreciate you all for being there for me. I appreciate it. That's what his little girl said. My daddy is going to change the world. And he definitely did. And hopefully it's a change for the better that everybody can see and feel. A change for the better. You said like O.J. Simpson. Yeah. Yep. Yep. But yeah, like O.J. Simpson. Mm-mm. But you know, once again, Derek Chauvin's getting 40 years. 40. He got a long time. To think about standing on somebody else's neck. You know, he's got to repent, man. He's got to repent. Woo! I tell you. That's going to do it for me, Al Greer. Thank you so much. Brenda Brown Long, Sheila Forrest, to my cousin Janine Greer, Captain Daryl Owens, Ken Watlington, thank you so much as always. Elo is listening right now in Minneapolis. I'm sure everything is calmed down by now in Minneapolis. Derek Chauvin will be, gone by the way of Donald Trump. He's gone away for a long time. 40 years. By the time he gets out of jail, he'll be 84 years old. That is, if he gets out. I am so elated that this trial went the way it did, because everybody in every major city, they were ready. You know, they had riot gear, they had everybody ready, willing, and able to take people out. And I'm glad it didn't go that way. I'm so glad it didn't go that way. Our prayers go out to the family of George Floyd. They got justice. Also, good night to Asia, Sheila Forrest. Thank you so much for checking in. I appreciate you all so much. All my B-siders, my M-squatters, my third shifters, and of course, my dusty insomniacs. KD Roberts, get well soon, as well as Alvin Washington Jr. I appreciate you guys, and I love you all, and I pray for you. God bless you all. We'll do it again tonight here at midnight on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. Since today is Luther's birthday, or yesterday was Luther's birthday, we're going to do Luther tomorrow in the spotlight. So make sure you check us out. All right. Once again, justice has been served. Till next time, blue skies, green lights, and peace. Good night, Miss Delicious. I will see you soon. I love you too, Asia. Tell your mom I said hello. I love her. I love her and I miss her. The only time I used to see your mom was at the club, at the Taste. You know, that was our favorite place to hang out, at the Taste. And tell her how much I miss her. And her and her lovely singing voice. Love that woman. Love her. And thank you. If I forgot you, charge it to my head and not to my heart, Ann. I appreciate you. Thank you as well. I'm trying to hurry up and get out of here. I ain't got no ride waiting on me. I'm gonna have to take a Lyft, Uber, whatever. Lyft and Uber. That's what I'm gonna take. Yep. I will, sir. I will, Captain. Thank you once again, y'all. I love you guys. Be safe. Be cool.
The talk of Chicago and the voice of the nation.
I'm Vanessa Tyler.
Chicago.
Information Network.
We, the jury, in matter as to count one,
Peace
unintentional
out.
second-degree murder.
And I love you guys, and God bless. Nigella. Good morning and good night. Yep. On my way to go sleep in my truck. No, I'm not going to sleep in my truck, I promise. I hope I don't have to sleep in my truck. I hope Lady G will let me in, because that's where the truck is.